time of the day, and twilight is little more. We feel the first touch of spiritual life in her sober livery and bolder and deeper in all things clad. Still we are not deep, the real is not yet transfigured and transformed, and we are brought back into it after being told that silence accompanied by the explanatory for and the bit of sweet natural history of the beasts and birds. The mind dilates and is moved, its eye detained over the picture, and then comes that rich, thick warbled note, all but the wakeful nightingale. This fills and informs the ear, making it also of apprehension more quick, and we are prepared now for the great idea coming into the eye and prospect of our soul. Silence was pleased. There is nothing in all poetry above this. Still evening and twilight grey are now beings, coming on, and walking over the earth like queens, with silence admirations speaking st tongue as their pleased companion. All is calm and free and full of life, it is a holy time. What a picture, what simplicity of means! What largeness and perfectness of effect, what knowledge and love of nature! What supreme art, what modesty and submission! What self-possession, what plainness, what selectness of speech! As is the height, so is the depth. The intensities must be at once opposite and equal. As the liberty, so the reverence for law. As the independence, so must be the seeing and the service, and the submission to the supreme will. As the ideal genius and the originality, so must be the resignation to the real world, the sympathy and the intercommunion with nature. Coleridge's posthumous tract The Idea of Life. Since writing the above, our friend E.V.K. has shown himself curiously unaffected by that last infirmity of noble minds. His clear spirit heeds all too little its urgent spur. The following sonnets are all we can pilfer from him. They are worth the stealing, an argument in rhyme. I things that now are beget the things to be, as they themselves were gotten by things past. Thou art a sire, who yesterday but wast a child like him now prattling on thy knee, and he in turn ere long shall offspring see. Effects at first, seem causes at the last, yet only seem, when off their veil is cast, all speak alike of mightier energy, received and passed ere long. The life that flows through space and time, bursts in a loftier source. What's spaced and timed is bounded, therefore shows a power beyond, a timeless, spaceless force, templed in that infinitude, before whose light veil deep porch men wonder and adore. To wonder, but, for we cannot comprehend, dare not to doubt. Man, know thyself. And know that, being what thou art, it must be so. We creatures are, and it were to transcend the limits of our being, and ascend above the infinite, if we could show all that he is and how things from him flow. Things and their laws by man are grasped and kenned, but creatures must know more, and nature's must is reason's choice, for could we all reveal of God and acts creative, doubt were just. Were these conceivable, they were not real. Here, ignorance man's sphere of being suits, tease knowledge self, or of her richest fruits. 3 Then rest here, brother, and within the veil boldly thine anchor cast. What though thy boat no shoreland sees, but undulates afloat on soundless depths, securely fold thy sail. Ah! Not by daring prow and favouring gale man threads the gulfs of doubting and despond, and gains a rest in being unbeyond. Who roams the furthest, surest is to fail, knowing nor what to seek, nor how to find. Not far but near, about us, yea within, lieth the infinite life. The pure in mind dwell in the presence, to themselves akin, and lo! Thou sick and health imploring soul, he stands beside thee, touch, and thou art whole. Dr. Chalmers. Fervet immensus crute. Ho! His memory long will live alone in all our hearts, as mournful light that broods above the fallen sun, and dwells in heaven half the night. Tennyson. He was not one man, he was 1,000 men. Sidney Smith. Dr. Chalmers. When, towards the close of some long summer day, we come suddenly, and, as we think, before his time, upon the broad sun, sinking down in his tranquillity into the unclouded west, we cannot keep our eyes from the great spectacle, and when he is gone the shadow of him haunts our sight. We see everywhere, upon the spotless heaven, upon the distant mountains, upon the fields, and upon the road at our feet, that dim, strange, changeful image, and if our eyes shut, to recover themselves, we still find in them, like a dying flame, or like a gleam in a dark place, the unmistakable phantom of the mighty orb that has set. And were we to sit down, as we have often done, and try to record by pencil or by pen, our impression of that supreme hour, still would it be there. We must have patience with our eye, it will not let the impression go. That spot on which the radiant disk was impressed, is insensible to all other outward things. For a time, its best relief is to let the eye wander vaguely over earth and sky, and repose itself on the mild shadowy distance. So it is when a great and good and beloved man departs, sets, it may be suddenly, and to us who know not the times and the seasons, too soon. We gaze eagerly at his last hours, and when he is gone, never to rise again on our sight, we see his image wherever we go, and in whatsoever we are engaged, and if we try to record by words our wonder, our sorrow, and our affection, we cannot see to do it, for the idea of his life is forever coming into our study of imagination, into all our thoughts, and we can do little else than let our mind, in a wise passiveness, hush itself to rest. The sun returns, he knows his rising, tomorrow he repairs his drooping head, and tricks his beams, and with new spangled or flames in the forehead of the morning sky, but man lieth down, and riseth not again till the heavens are no more. Never again will he whose meditations are now before us, lift up the light of his countenance upon us. We need not say we look upon him, as a great man, as a good man, as a beloved man, quis desiderio sit pudatam cari capitis. We cannot now go very curiously to work, to scrutinize the composition of his character. We cannot take that large, free, genial nature to pieces, and weigh this and measure that, and sum up and pronounce, we are too near as yet to him, and to his loss, he is too dear to us to be so handled. His death, to use the pathetic words of Hartley Coleridge, is a recent sorrow. His image still lives in eyes that weep for him. The prevailing feeling is, he is gone, abiit ad plauris, he has gone over to the majority, he has joined the famous nations of the dead. It is no small loss to the world, when one of its master spirits, one of its great lights, a king among the nations, leaves it. A sun is extinguished, a great attractive, regulating power is withdrawn. For though it be a common, it is also a natural thought, to compare a great man to the sun. It is in many respects significant. Like the sun, he rules his day, and he is for a sign and for seasons, and for days and for years. He enlightens, quickens, attracts, and leads after him his host, his generation, to pursue our image. When the sun sets to us, he rises elsewhere. He goes on rejoicing, like a strong man, running his race. So does a great man, when he leaves us and our concerns, he rises elsewhere, and we may reasonably suppose that one who has in this world played a great part in its greatest histories, who has through a long life been preeminent for promoting the good of men and the glory of God, will be looked upon with keen interest, when he joins the company of the immortals. They must have heard of his fame, they may in their ways have seen and helped him already. Every one must have trembled when reading that passage in Isaiah, in which hell is described as moved to meet Lucifer at his coming. There is not in human language anything more sublime in conception, more exquisite in expression. It has on it the light of the terrible crystal. But may we not reverse the scene? May we not imagine, when a great and good man, a son of the morning, enters on his rest, that heaven would move itself to meet him at his coming? That it would stir up its dead, even all the chief ones of the earth, and that the kings of the nations would arise each one from his throne to welcome their brother. That those who saw him would narrowly consider him and say, is this he who moved nations, enlightened and bettered his fellows, and whom the great taskmaster welcomes with well done? We cannot help following him, whose loss we now mourn, into that region, and figuring to ourselves his great, childlike spirit, when that unspeakable scene bursts upon his view, when, as by some inward, instant sense, he is conscious of God, of the immediate presence of the all-seeing unseen, when he beholds his honorable, true, and only Son face to face, enshrined in that glorious form, that light unsufferable, and that far-beaming blaze of majesty, that brightness of his glory, that express image of his person, when he is admitted into the goodly fellowship of the apostles, the glorious company of the prophets, the noble army of martyrs, the general assembly of just men, and beholds with his loving eyes the myriads of little ones outnumbering their elders as the dust of stars with which the galaxy is filled exceeds in multitude the hosts of heaven. What a change! Death the gate of life, a second birth, in the twinkling of an eye, this moment, weak, fearful, in the amazement of death, the next, strong, joyful, at rest, all things new. To adopt his own words, all his life, up to the last, knocking at a door not yet opened, with an earnest indefinite longing, his very soul breaking for the longing, drinking of water, and thirsting again, and then, suddenly and at once a door opened into heaven, and the Master heard saying, "Come in, and come up hither, drinking of the river of life, clear as crystal, of which if a man drink he will never thirst, being filled with all the fullness of God." Dr. Chalmers was a ruler among men. This we know historically. This every man who came within his range felt at once. He was like Agamemnon, a native, and with all his homeliness of feature and deportment, and his perfect simplicity of expression, there was about him that divinity that doth hedge a king. You felt a power in him, and going from him, drawing you to him in spite of yourself. He was in this respect a solar man. He drew after him his own firmament of planets. They, like all free agents, had their centrifugal forces acting ever towards an independent, solitary course, but the centripetal also was there, and they moved with and around their imperial sun, gracefully or not, willingly or not, as the case might be, but there was no breaking loose. They again, in their own spheres of power, might have their attendant moons, but all were bound to the great massive luminary in the midst. There is to us a continual mystery in this power of one man over another. We find it acting everywhere, with the simplicity, the ceaselessness, the energy of gravitation, and we may be permitted to speak of this influence as obeying similar conditions. It is proportioned to bulk, for we hold to the notion of a bigness in souls as well as bodies, one soul differing from another in quantity and momentum as well as in quality and force, and its intensity increases by nearness. There is much in what Jonathan Edwards says of one spiritual essence having more being than another, and in Dr. Chalmers's question, "Is he a man of wit?" But when we meet a solar man, of ample nature, soul, body, and spirit, when we find him from his earliest years moving among his fellows like a king, moving them whether they will or not, this feeling of mystery is deepened, and though we would not, like some men, who should know better, worship the creature and convert a hero into a god, we do feel more than in other cases the truth, that it is the inspiration of the Almighty which has given to that man understanding, and that all power, all energy, all light, come to him, from the first and the last, the living one. God comes to be regarded by us, in this instance, as he ought always to be, the final center of repose, the source of all being, of all life, the terminus ad cum and the terminus a quo. And assuredly, as in the firmament that simple law of gravitation reigns supreme, making it indeed a cosmos, majestic, orderly, comely in its going, ruling, and binding not the less the fiery and nomadic comets, than the gentle, punctual moons, so certainly, and to us moral creatures to a degree transcendently more important, does the whole intelligent universe move around and move towards and in the Father of lights. It would be well if the world would, among the many other uses they make of its great men, make more of this, that they are manifestors of God, revealers of his will, vessels of his omnipotence, and are among the very chiefest of his ways and works. As we have before said, there is a perpetual wonder in this power of one man over his fellows, especially when we meet with it in a great man. You see its operations constantly in history, and through it the great ruler has worked out many of his greatest and strangest acts. But however we may understand the accessory conditions by which the one man rules the many, and controls, and fashions them to his purposes, and transforms them into his likeness, multiplying as it were himself, there remains at the bottom of it all a mystery, a reaction between body and soul that we cannot explain. Generally, however, we find accompanying its manifestation, a capacious understanding, a strong will, an emotional nature quick, powerful, urgent, undeniable, in perpetual communication with the energetic will and the large resolute intellect, and a strong, hearty, capable body, a countenance and person expressive of this combination, the mind finding its way at once and in full force to the face, to the gesture, to every act of the body. He must have what is called a presence, not that he must be great in size, beautiful, or strong, but he must be expressive and impressive. His outward man must communicate to the beholder at once and without fail something of indwelling power, and he must be and act as one. You may in your mind analyze him into his several parts, but practically he acts in everything with his whole soul and his whole self. Whatsoever his hand finds to do, he does it with his might. Luther, Moses, David, Mahomet, Cromwell, all verified these conditions. And so did Dr. Chalmers. There was something about his whole air and manner that disposed you at the very first to make way where he went. He held you before you were aware. That this depended fully as much upon the activity and the quantity, if we may so express ourselves, of his affections, upon that combined action of mind and body which we call temperament, and upon a straightforward, urgent will, as upon what is called the pure intellect, will be generally allowed. But with all this, he could not have been and done what he was and did, had he not had an understanding, in vigor and in capacity, worthy of its great and ardent companions. It was large, and free, mobile, and intense, rather than penetrative, judicial, clear, or fine, so that in one sense he was more a man to make others act than think, but his own actings had always their origin in some fixed, central, inevitable proposition, as he would call it, and he began his onset with stating plainly, and with lucid calmness, what he held to be a great seminal truth. From this he passed at once, not into exposition, but into illustration and enforcement, into, if we may make a word, overwhelming insistence. Something was to be done, rather than explained. There was no separating his thoughts and expressions from his person, and looks, and voice. How perfectly we can at this moment recall him. Thundering, flaming, lightning in the pulpit, teaching, indoctrinating, drawing after him his students in his lecture room, sitting among other public men, the most unconscious, the most king-like of them all, with that broad leonine countenance, that beaming, liberal smile, or on the way out to his home, in his old-fashioned great coat, with his throat muffled up, his big walking stick moved outwards in an arc, its point fixed, its head circumferential, a sort of companion and playmate, with which doubtless, he demolished legions of imaginary foes, errors, and stupidities in men and things, in church and state. His great look, large chest, large head, his amplitude every way, his broad, simple, childlike, inturned feet, his short, hurried impatient step, his erect, royal air, his look of general goodwill, his kindling up into a warm but vague benignity when one he did not recognize spoke to him, the addition, for it was not a change, of keen specialty to his hearty recognition, the twinkle of his eyes, the immediately saying something very personal to set all to rights, and then the sending you off with some thought, some feeling, some remembrance, making your heart burn within you, his voice indescribable, his eye, that most peculiar feature, not vacant, but asleep, innocent, mild, and large, and his soul, its great inhabitant, not always at his window, but then, when he did awake, how close to you was that burning vehement soul! How it penetrated and overcame you! How mild, and affectionate, and genial its expression at his own fireside! Of his portraits worth mentioning, there are Watson Gordon's, Duncan's, the calotypes of Mr. Hill, Kenneth M. Lee's miniatures, the daguerreotype, and Steele's bust. These are all good, and all give bits of him, some nearly the whole, but not one of them that fiery particle, that inspired look, that diviner mind, the poco piu, or little more. Watson Gordon's is too much of the mere clergyman, is a pleasant likeness, and has the shape of his mouth, and the setting of his feet very good. Duncan's is a work of genius, and is the giant looking up, awakening, but not awakened. It is a very fine picture. Mr. Hill's calotypes we like better than all the rest, because what in them is true, is absolutely so, and they have some delicate renderings which are all but beyond the power of any human artist, for though man's art is mighty, nature's is mightier. The one of the doctor sitting with his grandson Tommy is to us the best. We have the true grandeur of his form, his bulk. Emily is admirable spirited, and has that look of shrewdness and vivacity and immediateness which he had when he was observing and speaking keenly. It is, moreover, a fine, manly bit of art. Emily is the Rayburn of miniature painters, he does a great deal with little. The daguerreotype is, in its own way, excellent, it gives the externality of the man to perfection, but it is Dr. Chalmers at a standstill, his mind and feelings pulled up for the second that it was taken. Steele's is a noble bust, has a stern heroic expression and pathetic beauty about it, and from wanting color and shadow and the eyes, it relies upon a certain simplicity and grandeur. In this it completely succeeds. The mouth is handled with extraordinary subtlety and sweetness, and the hair hangs over that huge brow like a glorious cloud. We think this head of Dr. Chalmers the artist's greatest bust. In reference to the assertion we have made as to bulk forming one primary element of a powerful mind, Dr. Chalmers used to say, when a man of activity and public mark was mentioned, has he wit, he has promptitude, has he power, has he promptitude, and, moreover, has he a discerning spirit. These are great practical, universal truths. How few even of our greatest men have had all these three faculties large, fine, sound, and in perfect diapason. Your men of promptitude, without power or judgment, are common and are useful. But they are apt to run wild, to get needlessly brisk, unpleasantly incessant. A weasel is good or bad as the case may be, good against vermin, bad to meddle with, but inspired weasels, weasels on a mission, are terrible indeed, mischievous and fell, and swiftness making up for want of momentum by inveteracy, fierce as wild bulls, untamable as flies. Of such men we have nowadays too many. Men are too much in the way of supposing that doing is being, that theology and excogitation, and fierce dogmatic assertion of what they consider truth, is godliness, that obedience is merely an occasional great act, and not a series of acts, issuing from a state, like the stream of water from its well. Action is transitory, a step, a blow, the motion of a muscle, this way or that, 'tis done, and in the after vacancy, we wonder at ourselves like men betrayed. Suffering, obedience, or being as opposed to doing, suffering is permanent, and has the nature of infinity. Dr. Chalmers was a man of genius. He had his own way of thinking, and saying, and doing, and looking everything. Men have vexed themselves in vain to define what genius is. Like every ultimate term we may describe it by giving its effects, we can hardly succeed in reaching its essence. Fortunately, though we know not what are its elements, we know it when we meet it, and in him, in every movement of his mind, in every gesture, we had its unmistakable tokens. Two of the ordinary accompaniments of genius, enthusiasm and simplicity, he had in rare measure. He was an enthusiast in its true and good sense, he was entheat as if full of God, as the old poets called it. It was this ardor, this superabounding life, this immediateness of thought and action, idea and emotion, setting the whole man a-going at once, that gave a power and a charm to everything he did. To adopt the old division of the Hebrew doctors, as given by Nathanael Culverwell, in his Light of Nature in Man we have, 1st, the sensitive soul, that which lies nearest the body, the very blossom and flower of life, 2d, animam rationis, sparkling and glittering with intellectuals, crowned with light, and 3d, impetum animi, motum mentis, the vigor and energy of the soul, its temper, the mover of the other two, the first being, as they said, resident in hepat, the second in cerebro, the third in cord, where it presides over the issues of life, commands the circulation, and animates and sets the blood a-moving. The first and second are informative, explicative, they take in and do, the other gives out. Now in Dr. Chalmers, the great ingredient was the as indicating vis anime et vitae, and in close fellowship with it, and ready for its service, was a large, capacious, and an energetic, sensuous, rapid. Hence his energy, his contagious enthusiasm. This it was which gave the peculiar character to his religion, to his politics, to his personnel. Everything he did was done heartily. If he desired heavenly blessings he panted for them, his soul broke for the longing. To give again the words of the spiritual and subtle Culverwell, religion, and indeed everything else, was no matter of indifferency to him. It was a certain fiery thing, as Aristotle calls love. It required and it got the very flower and vigor of the spirit, the strength and sinews of the soul, the prime and top of the affections. This is that grace, that panting grace, we know the name of it and that's all. 'Tis called zeal, a flaming edge of the affection, the ruddy complexion of the soul. Closely connected with this temperament, and with a certain keen sensation of truth, rather than a perception of it, if we may so express ourselves, an intense consciousness of objective reality, was his simple animating faith. He had faith in God, faith in human nature, faith, if we may say so, in his own instincts, in his ideas of men and things, in himself, and the result was that unhesitating bearing up and steering right onward, never bating one jot of heart or hope so characteristic of him. He had the substance of things hoped for. He had the evidence of things not seen. By his simplicity we do not mean the simplicity of the head, of that he had none. He was eminently shrewd and knowing, more so than many thought, but we refer to that quality of the heart and of the life, expressed by the words, in simplicity a child. In his own words, from his daily readings, when a child is filled with any strong emotion by a surprising event or intelligence, it runs to discharge it on others, impatient of their sympathy, and it marks, I fancy, the simplicity and greater naturalness of this period, Jacob's, that the grown-up men and women ran to meet each other, giving way to their first impulses, even as children do. His emotions were as lively as a child's, and he ran to discharge them. There was in all his ways a certain beautiful unconsciousness of self, an outgoing of the whole nature that we see in children, who are by learned men said to be long ignorant of the ego, blessed in many respects in their ignorance. This same ego, as it now exists, being perhaps part of the fruit of that forbidden tree, that mere knowledge of good as well as of evil, which our great mother bought for us at such a price. In this meaning of the word, Dr. Chalmers, considering the size of his understanding, his personal eminence, his dealings with the world, his large sympathies, his scientific knowledge of mind and matter, his relish for the practical details, and for the spirit of public business, was quite singular for his simplicity, and taking this view of it, there was much that was plain and natural in his manner of thinking and acting, which otherwise was obscure, and liable to be misunderstood. We cannot better explain what we mean than by giving a passage from Fenelon, which D'Alembert, in his Elegy, quotes as characteristic of that sweet-souled prelate. We give the passage entire, as it seems to us to contain a very beautiful, and by no means commonplace truth. Fenelon, says D'Alembert, a caractérise lui-même en peu de mots cette simplicité qui s'y renduit si chère à tous les curieux. La simplicité est la droiture d'un ami qui s'interdit tout retour sur elle et sur ses actions. Cette vertu est différente de la sincérité, it la surpasse. On voit beaucoup de gens qui sont sincères sans être simples, ils n'y violent pas ce que pour ces questions ils sont, Misils cranint song sesta passa por ce questionils ni sunt pas. El hom simple en effect ni la virtu, ni la verit meme, il enist jamais occupe de lui, il semble d'avoir du cemoi don't honest sigiles. What delicacy and justness of expression! How true and clear! How little we see nowadays, among grown-up men, of this straightness of the soul, of this losing or never finding cemoi. There is more than is perhaps generally thought in this. Man in a state of perfection, would no sooner think of asking himself, am I right? Am I appearing to be what inwardly I am? Then the eye asks itself, do I see? Or a child says to itself, do I love my mother? We have lost this instinctive sense, we have set one portion of ourselves aside to watch the rest, we must keep up appearances and our consistency, we must respect, that is, look back upon, ourselves, and be respected. If possible, we must, by hook or by crook, be respectable. Dr. Chalmers would have made a sorry Balaam, he was made of different stuff, and for other purposes. Your respectable men are ever doing their best to keep their status, to maintain their position. He never troubled himself about his status, indeed, we would say status was not the word for him. He had a seats on which he sat, and from which he spoke, he had an imperium, to and fro which he roamed as he listed, but a status was as little in his way as in that of a Mauritanian lion. Your merely sincere men are always thinking of what they said yesterday, and what they may say tomorrow, at the very moment when they should be putting their whole self into today. Full of his idea, possessed by it, moved altogether by its power, believing, he spoke, and without stint or fear, often apparently contradicting his former self, careless about everything, but speaking fully his mind. One other reason for his apparent inconsistencies was, if one may so express it, the spaciousness of his nature. He had room in that capacious head, and affection in that great, hospitable heart, for relishing and taking in the whole range of human thought and feeling. He was several men in one. Multitudinous but not multiplex, in him odd and apparently incongruous notions dwelled peaceably together. The lion lay down with the lamb. Voluntarism and an endowment, both were best. He was childlike in his simplicity, though in understanding a man, he was himself in many things a child. Coleridge says, every man should include all his former selves in his present, as a tree has its former years' growths inside its last, so Dr. Chalmers bore along with him his childhood, his youth, his early and full manhood into his mature old age. This gave himself, we doubt not, infinite delight, multiplied his joys, strengthened and sweetened his whole nature, and kept his heart young and tender. It enabled him to sympathize, to have a fellow feeling with all, of whatever age. Those who best knew him, who were most habitually with him, know how beautifully this point of his character shone out in daily, hourly life. We well remember long ago loving him before we had seen him, from our having been told, that being out one Saturday at a friend's house near the Pentlands, he collected all the children and small people, the other bairns, as he called them, and with no one else of his own growth, took the lead to the nearest hilltop. How he made each take the biggest and roundest stone he could find, and carry, how he panted up the hill himself with one of enormous size, how he kept up their hearts, and made them shout with glee, with the light of his countenance, and with all his pleasant and strange ways and words, how having got the breathless little men and women to the top of the hill, he, hot and scant of breath, looked round on the world and upon them with his broad benignant smile like the unnumbered laughter of the sea, how he set off his own huge fellow, how he watched him setting out on his race, slowly, stupidly, vaguely at first, almost as if he might die before he began to live, then suddenly giving a spring and off like a shot, bounding, tearing, vires acquirens undu, how the great and good man was taught us in illo, how he spoke to, upbraided him, cheered him, gloried in him, all but prayed for him, how he joked philosophy to his wondering and ecstatic crew, when he, the stone, disappeared among some brackens, telling them they had the evidence of their senses that he was in, they might even know he was there by his effects, by the moving brackens, himself unseen. How plain it became that he had gone in, when he actually came out, how he ran up the opposite side a bit, and then fell back, and lazily expired at the bottom, how to their astonishment, but not displeasure, for he set them off so well and was so funny, he took from each his cherished stone, and set it off himself, showing them how they all ran alike, yet differently, how he went on, making as he said, an induction of particulars till he came to the Benjamin of the flock, a wee man, who had brought up a stone bigger than his own big head, then how he let him, unicus omnium, set off his own, and how wonderfully it ran. What miraculous leaps! What escapes from impossible places! And how it ran up the other side farther than any, and by some felicity remained there. He was an orator in its specific and highest sense. We need not prove this to those who have heard him, we cannot to those who have not. It was a living man sending living, burning words into the minds and hearts of men before him, radiating his intense fervor upon them all, but there was no reproducing the entire effect when alone and cool, some one of the elements was gone. We say nothing of this part of his character, because upon this all are agreed. His eloquence rose like a tide, a sea, setting in, bearing down upon you, lifting up all its waves, deep calling unto deep. There was no doing anything but giving yourself up for the time to its will. Do our readers remember Horace's description of Pindar? Monte decurrens velut amnis, imbras cum superu otis ulior ripes, fervet, immensus grut profundu Pindarus or, per audaces nova dithyrum bur verba devolvit, numerisque ferta lege solutis. This is to our mind singularly characteristic of our perfervid Scotsman. If we may indulge our conceit, we would paraphrase it thus. His eloquence was like a flooded Scottish river, it had its origin in some exalted region, in some mountain truth, some high, immutable reality. It did not rise in a plain, and quietly drain its waters to the sea, it came sheer down from above. He laid hold of some simple truth, the love of God, the divine method of justification, the unchangeableness of human nature, the supremacy of conscience, the honorableness of all men, and having got this vividly before his mind, on he moved. The river rose at once, drawing everything into its course, all thoughts, all passions, all desires, whatever stirs this mortal frame, things outward and things inward, interests immediate and remote, God and eternity, men, miserable and immortal, this world and the next, clear light and unsearchable mystery, the Word and the works of God, everything contributed to swell the volume and add to the onward and widening flood. His river did not flow like Denham's Thames, though deep yet clear, though gentle yet not dull, strong without rage, without o'erflowing full. There was strength, but there was likewise rage, a fine frenzy, not unoften due mainly to its rapidity and to its being raised suddenly by his affections. There was some confusion in the stream of his thoughts, some overflowing of the banks, some turbulence, and a certain noble immensity, but its origin was clear and calm, above the region of clouds and storms. If you saw it, if you took up and admitted his proposition, his starting idea, then all else moved on, but once set a-going, once on his way, there was no pausing to inquire, why or how, fervet, root, furter, he boils, he rushes, he is borne along, and so are all who hear him. To go on with our figure, there was no possibility of sailing up his stream. You must go with him, or you must go ashore. This was a great peculiarity with him, and puzzled many people. You could argue with him, and get him to entertain your ideas on any purely abstract or simple proposition, at least for a time, but once let him get down among practicals, among applications of principles, into the regions of the affections and active powers, and such was the fervor and impetuosity of his nature, that he could not stay leisurely to discuss, he could not then entertain the opposite, it was hurried off, and made light of, and disregarded, like a floating thing before a cataract. To play a little more with our conceit, the greatest man is he who is both born and made, who is at once poetical and scientific, who has genius and talent, each supporting the other. So with rivers. Your mighty world's river rises in high and lonely places, among the everlasting hills, amidst clouds, or inaccessible clearness. On he moves, gathering to himself all waters, refreshing, cheering all lands. Here a cataract, there a rapid, now lingering in some corner of beauty, as if loath to go. Now shallow and wide, rippling and laughing in his glee, now deep, silent, and slow, now narrow and rapid and deep, and not to be meddled with. Now in the open country, not so clear, for other waters have come in upon him, and he is becoming useful, no longer turbulent, traveling more contentedly, now he is navigable, craft of all kinds coming and going upon his surface forever, and then, as if by some gentle and great necessity, deep and smooth, passing with a still foot and a sober face, he pays his last tribute to the fiscus, the great exchequer, the sea, running out fresh, by reason of his power and volume, into the main for many a league. Your mere genius, who has instincts, and is poetical and not scientific, who grows from within, he is like our mountain river, clear, willful, odd, running round corners, disappearing it may be underground, coming up again quite unexpectedly and strong, as if fed from some unseen spring, deep down in darkness, rising in flood without warning, and coming down like a lion, often all but dry, never to be trusted to for driving mills, must at least be tamed and led off to the mill, and going down full pace, and without stop or stay, into the sea. Your man of talent, of acquirements, of science, who is made, who is not so much educed as edified, who, instead of acquiring his vires undu, gets his vires undi, from acquirement, and grows from without, who serves his brethren and is useful, he rises often no one knows where or cares, has perhaps no proper fountain at all, but is the result of the gathered rain water in the higher flats. He is never quite clear, never brisk, never dangerous, always from the first useful, and goes pleasantly in harness, turns mills, washes rags, makes them into paper, carries down all manner of dyestuffs and feculents, and turns a bread mill to as good purpose as any clearer stream, is docile, and has, as he reaches the sea, in his dealings with the world, a river trust, who look after his and their own interests, and dredge him, and deepen him, and manage him, and turn him off into docks, and he is in the sea before he or you know it. Though we do not reckon the imagination of Dr. Chalmers among his master faculties, it was powerful, effective, magnificent. It did not move him, he took it up as he went along, its was not that imperial, penetrating, transmuting function that we find it in Dante, in Jeremy Taylor, in Milton, or in Burke. He used it to emblazon his great central truths, to hang clouds of glory on the skirts of his illustration, but it was too passionate, too material, too encumbered with images, too involved in the general milieu of the soul, to do its work as a master. It was not in him, as Thomas Fuller calls it, that inward sense of the soul, its most boundless and restless faculty, for while the understanding and the will are kept as it were in libera custodia to their objects of verum et bonum, it is free from all engagements, digs without spade, flies without wings, builds without charges, in a moment striding from the center to the circumference of the world by a kind of omnipotency, creating and annihilating things in an instant, restless, ever working, never wearied. We may say, indeed, that men of his temperament are not generally endowed with this power in largest measure. In one sense they can do without it, in another they want the conditions on which its highest exercise depends. Plato and Milton, Shakespeare and Dante, and Wordsworth, had imaginations tranquil, sedate, cool, originative, penetrative, intense, which dwelt in the highest heaven of invention. Hence it was that Chalmers could personify or paint a passion, he could give it in one of its actions, he could not, or rather he never did impassionate, create, and vivify a person, a very different thing from personifying a passion, all the difference, as Henry Taylor says, between Byron and Shakespeare. In his impetuosity, we find the rationale of much that is peculiar in the style of Dr. Chalmers. As a spoken style it was thoroughly effective. 50 He seized the nearest weapons, and smote down whatever he hit. But from this very vehemence, this haste, there was in his general style a want of correctness, of selectness, of nicety, of that curious felicity which makes thought immortal, and enshrines it in imperishable crystal. In the language of the affections he was singularly happy, but in a formal statement, rapid argumentation and analysis, he was often, as we might think, uncouth, and imperfect, and incorrect, chiefly owing to his temperament, to his fiery, impatient, swelling spirit. This gave his orations their fine audacity. This brought out hot from the furnace his new words. This made his numbers run wild, lege salutis. We are sure this view will be found confirmed by these daily readings when he wrote little, and had not time to get heated, and when the nature of the work, the hour at which it was done, and his solitariness, made his thoughts flow at their own sweet will. They are often quite as classical in expression, as they are deep and lucid in thought, reflecting heaven with its clouds and stars, and letting us see deep down into its own secret depths. This is to us one great charm of these volumes. Here he is broad and calm, in his great public performances by mouth and pen. He soon passed from the lucid into the luminous. What, for instance, can be finer in expression than this? It is well to be conversant with great elements, life and death, reason and madness. God forgets not his own purposes, though he executes them in his own way, and maintains his own pace, which he hastens not and shortens not to meet our impatience. I find it easier to apprehend the greatness of the Deity than any of his moral perfections, or his sacredness, and this, one cannot but feel an interest in Ishmael, figuring him to be a noble of nature, one of those heroes of the wilderness who lived on the produce of his bow, and whose spirit was nursed and exercised among the wild adventures of the life he led. And it does soften our conception of him whose hand was against every man, and every man's hand against him, when we read of his mother's influence over him, in the deference of Ishmael, to whom we read another example of the respect yielded to females even in that so-called barbarous period of the world. There was a civilization, the immediate effect of religion, in these days, from which men fell away as the world grew older. That he had a keen relish for material and moral beauty and grandeur we all know. What follows shows that he had also the true ear for beautiful words, as at once pleasant to the ear and suggestive of some higher feelings. I have often felt, in reading Milton and Thomson, a strong poetical effect in the bare enumeration of different countries, and this strongly enhanced by the statement of some common and prevailing emotion, which passed from one to another. This is set forth with great beauty and power in verses 14th and 15th of Exodus 15. The people shall hear and be afraid, sorrow shall take hold on the inhabitants of Palestina. Then the dukes of Edom shall be amazed, the mighty men of Moab, trembling shall take hold of them, the inhabitants of Canaan shall melt away. Anyone who has a tolerable ear and any sensibility, must remember the sensation of delight in the mere sound, like the colors of a butterfly's wing, or the shapeless glories of evening clouds. To the eye, in reading aloud such passages as these, Heshbon shall cry and Elimelech, their voice shall be heard to Jabez, for by the way of Luhith with weeping shall they go it up, for in the way of Horonaim they shall raise a cry. God came from Teman, the Holy One from Mount Paran. Is not Cano as Carchemish? Is not Hamath as Arpad? Is not Samaria as Damascus? He is gone to Arath, he is passed to Migron, at Michmash he hath laid up his carriages. Ramoth is afraid, Gibeah of Saul is fled. Lift up thy voice, O daughter of Gorlim, cause it to be heard unto Laish, O poor Anathoth. Madmenah is removed, the inhabitants of Jebim gather themselves to flee. The fields of Heshbon languish, the vine of Sibmah, I will water thee with my tears, O Heshbon and Elimelech. Any one may prove to himself that much of the effect and beauty of these passages depends on these names. Put others in their room, and try them. We remember well our first hearing Dr. Chalmers. We were in a moorland district in Tweethal, rejoicing in the country, after 9 months of the high school. We heard that the famous preacher was to be at a neighbouring parish church, and off we set, a cart full of irrepressible youngsters. Calm was all nature as a resting wheel. The crows, instead of making wing, were impudent and sat still. The cart horses were standing, knowing the day, at the field gates, gossiping and gazing, idle and happy. The moor was stretching away in the pale sunlight, vast, dim, melancholy, like a sea. Everywhere were to be seen the gathering people, sprinklings of blithe company. The countryside seemed moving to one centre. As we entered the kirk we saw a notorious character, a drover, who had much of the brutal look of what he worked in, with the knowing eye of a man of the city, a sort of big Peter Bell. He had a hardness in his eye, he had a hardness in his cheek. He was our terror, and we not only wondered, but were afraid when we saw him going in. The kirk was full as it could hold. How different in looks to a brisk town congregation! There was a fine leisureliness and vague stare, all the dignity and vacancy of animals, eyebrows raised and mouths open, as is the habit with those who speak little and look much, and at far-off objects. The minister comes in, homely in his dress and gait, but having a great look about him, like a mountain among hills. The high school boys thought him like a big one of ourselves. He looks vaguely round upon his audience, as if he saw in it one great object, not many. We shall never forget his smile. Its general benignity, how he let the light of his countenance fall on us. He read a few verses quietly, then prayed briefly, solemnly, with his eyes wide open all the time, but not seeing. Then he gave out his text, we forget it, but its subject was, Death Reigns. He stated slowly, calmly, the simple meaning of the words, what death was, and how and why it reigned. Then suddenly he started, and looked like a man who had seen some great sight, and was breathless to declare it. He told us how death reigned, everywhere, at all times, in all places, how we all knew it, how we would yet know more of it. The drover, who had sat down in the table seat opposite, was gazing up in a state of stupid excitement. He seemed restless, but never kept his eye from the speaker. The tide set in, everything added to its power, deep called to deep, imagery and illustration poured in, and every now and then the theme, the simple, terrible statement, was repeated in some lucid interval. After overwhelming us with proofs of the reign of death, and transferring to us his intense urgency and emotion, and after shrieking, as if in despair, these words, "Death is a tremendous necessity," he suddenly looked beyond us as if into some distant region, and cried out, "Behold a mightier, who is this? He cometh from Adam, with dyed garments from Basra, glorious in his apparel, speaking in righteousness, traveling in the greatness of his strength, mighty to save." Then, in a few plain sentences, he stated the truth as to sin entering, and death by sin, and death passing upon all. Then he took fire once more, and enforced, with redoubled energy and richness, the freeness, the simplicity, the security, the sufficiency of the great method of justification. How astonished and impressed we all were! He was at the full thunder of his power, the whole man was in an agony of earnestness. The drover was weeping like a child, the tears running down his ruddy, coarse cheeks, his face opened out and smoothed like an infant's, his whole body stirred with emotion. We all had insensibly been drawn out of our seats, and were converging towards the wonderful speaker. And when he sat down, after warning each one of us to remember who it was, and what it was, that followed death on his pale horse 51 and how alone we could escape, we all sunk back into our seats. How beautiful to our eyes did the Thunderer look, exhausted, but sweet and pure. How he poured out his soul before his God in giving thanks for sending the abolisher of death. Then, a short psalm, and all was ended. We went home quieter than we came. We did not recount the foals with their long legs, and roguish eyes, and their sedate mothers. We did not speculate upon whose dog that was, and whether that was a crow or a man in the dim moor. We thought of other things. That voice, that face, those great, simple, living thoughts, those floods of resistless eloquence, that piercing, shattering voice, that tremendous necessity. Were we desirous of giving to one who had never seen or heard Dr. Chalmers an idea of what manner of man he was, what he was as a whole, in the full round of his notions, tastes, affections, and powers, we would put this book into their hands, and ask them to read it slowly, bit by bit, as he wrote it. In it he puts down simply, and at once, what passes through his mind as he reads. There is no making of himself feel and think, no getting into a frame of mind. He was not given to frames of mind, he preferred states to forms, substances to circumstances. There is something of everything in it, his relish for abstract thought, his love of taking soundings in deep places and finding no bottom, his knack of starting subtle questions, which he did not care to run to earth, his penetrating, regulating godliness, his delight in nature, his turn for politics, general, economical, and ecclesiastical, his picturesque eye, his humanity, his courtesy, his warm-heartedness, his impetuosity, his sympathy with all the wants, pleasures, and sorrows of his kind, his delight in the law of God, and his simple, devout, manly treatment of it, his acknowledgment of difficulties, his turn for the sciences of quantity and number, and indeed for natural science and art generally, his shrewdness, his worldly wisdom, his genius, all these come out, you gather them like fruit, here a little, and there a little. He goes over the Bible, not as a philosopher, or a theologian, or a historian, or a geologist, or a jurist, or a naturalist, or a statist, or a politician, picking out all that he wants, and a great deal more than he has any business with, and leaving everything else as barren to his reader as it has been to himself. But he looks abroad upon his Father's word, as he used so pleasantly to do on his world, as a man, and as a Christian, he submits himself to its influences, and lets his mind go out fully and naturally in its utterances. It is this which gives to this work all the charm of multitude in unity, of variety in harmony, and that sort of unexpectedness and ease of movement which we see everywhere in nature and in natural men. Our readers will find in these delightful Bible readings not a museum of antiquities, and curiosities, and laborious trifles, nor of scientific specimens, analyzed to the last degree, all standing in order, labeled and useless. They will not find in it an armory of weapons for fighting with and destroying their neighbors. They will get less of the physic of controversy than of the diet of holy living. They will find much of what Lord Bacon desired, when he said, "We want short, sound, and judicious notes upon Scripture, without running into commonplaces, pursuing controversies, or reducing those notes to artificial method, but leaving them quite loose and native." For certainly, as those wines which flow from the first treading of the grape are sweeter and better than those forced out by the press, which gives them the roughness of the husk and the stone, so are those doctrines best and sweetest which flow from a gentle crush of the Scriptures, and are not wrung into controversies and commonplaces. They will find it as a large pleasant garden, no great system, not trim, but beautiful, and in which there are things pleasant to the eye as well as good for food, flowers and fruits, and a few good, esculent, wholesome roots. There are honesty, thrift, bright, euphrasie that cleanses the sight, heart's the good seed in abundance, and the strange mystical passion flower, and in the midst, and seen everywhere, if we but look for it, the tree of life, with its 12 manner of fruits, the very leaves of which are for the healing of the nations. And, perchance, when they take their walk through it at evening time, or at the sweet hour of prime, they may see a happy, wise, beaming old man at his work there. They may hear his well-known voice, and if they have their spiritual senses exercised as they ought, they will not fail to see by his side one like unto the Son of Man. Dr. George Wilson. Dr. George Wilson. Among the many students at our university who some 22 years ago started on the great race, in the full flush of youth and health, and with that strong hunger for knowledge which only the young, or those who keep themselves so ever know, there were 3 lads, Edward Forbes, Samuel Brown, and George Wilson, who soon moved on to the front and took the lead. They are now all 3 in their graves. No 3 minds could well have been more diverse in constitution or bias, each was typical of a generic difference from the others. What they cordially agreed in, was their hunting in the same field and for the same game. The truth about this visible world, and all that it contains, was their quarry. This one thing they set themselves to do, but each had his own special gift, and took his own road, each had his own special choice of instruments and means. Any one man combining their essential powers, would have been the epitome of a natural philosopher, in the wide sense of the man who would master the philosophy of nature. Edward Forbes, who bulks largest at present, and deservedly, for largeness was of his essence, was the observer proper. He saw everything under the broad and searching light of day, white and uncolored, and with an unimpassioned eye. What he was after were the real appearances of things, phenomena as such, all that seems to be. His was the search after what is, over the great field of the world. He was in the best sense a natural historian, an observer and recorder of what is seen and of what goes on, and not less of what has been seen and what has gone on, in this wonderful historic earth of ours, with all its fullness. He was keen, exact, capacious, tranquil and steady in his gaze as nature herself. He was, thus far, kindred to Aristotle, to Pliny, Linnaeus, Cuvier, and Humboldt, though the great German, and the greater Stagirite, had higher and deeper spiritual insights than Edward Forbes ever gave signs of. It is worth remembering that Dr. George Wilson was up to his death engaged in preparing his memoir and remains for the press. Who will now take up the tale? Samuel Brown was, so to speak, at the opposite pole, rapid, impatient, fearless, full of passion and imaginative power, desiring to divine the essences rather than the appearances of things, in search of the what chiefly in order to question it, make it give up at whatever cost the secret of its why. His fiery, projective, subtile spirit, could not linger in the outer fields of mere observation, though he had a quite rare faculty for seeing as well as for looking, which latter act, however, he greatly preferred, but he pushed into the heart and inner life of every question, eager to evoke from it the very secret of itself. Forbes, as we have said, wandered at will, and with a settled purpose and a fine hunting scent, at his leisure, and free and almost indifferent, over the ample fields, happy and joyous and full of work, unencumbered with theory or with wings, for he cared not to fly. Samuel Brown, whose wings were perhaps sometimes too much for him, more ambitious, more of a solitary turn, was forever climbing the Mount Sinais and Pisgahs of science, to speak with him whose haunt they were, climbing there all alone and in the dark, and with much peril, if haply he might descry the break of day and the promised land, or, to vary the figure, diving into deep and not undangerous wells, that he might the better see the stars at noon, and possibly find her who is said to lurk there. He had more of Plato, though he wanted the symmetry and persistent grandeur of the son of Ariston. He was, perhaps, like his own favorite Kepler, such a man in a word as we have not seen since Sir Humphry Davy, whom in many things he curiously resembled, and not the least is this, that the prose of each was more poetical than the verse. His fate has been a mournful and a strange one, but he knew it, and encountered it with a full knowledge of what it entailed. He periled everything on his theory, and if this hypothesis, it may be somewhat prematurely uttered to the world, and the full working out of which, by rigid scientific realization, was denied him by years of intense and incapacitating suffering, ending only in death, but the relevancy of which, to use the happy expression of Dr. Chalmers, we hold him to have proved, and in giving a glimpse of which, he showed, we firmly believe, what has been called that instinctive grasp which the healthy imagination takes of possible truth. If his theory of the unity of matter, and the consequent transmutability of the now called elementary bodies, were substantiated in the lower but essential platform of actual experiment, this, along with his original doctrine of atoms and their forces, would change the entire face of chemistry, and make a cosmos where now there is endless agglomeration and confusion, would, in a word, do for the science of the molecular constitution of matter and its laws of action and reaction at insensible distances, what Newton's doctrine of gravitation has done for the celestial dynamics. For, let it be remembered, that the highest speculation and proof in this department, by such men as Dumas, Faraday, and William Thomson, and others, points in this direction. It does no more as yet perhaps than point, but some of us may live to see resurgam inscribed over Samuel Brown's untimely grave, and applied with gratitude and honor to him whose eyes closed in darkness on the one great object of his life, and the hopes of whose unaccomplished years lie buried with him. Very different from either, though worthy of and capable of relishing much that was greatest and best in both, was he whom we all loved and mourn, and who, this day week, was carried by such a multitude of mourners to that grave, which to his eye had been open and ready for years. George Wilson was born in Edinburgh in 1818. His father, Mr. Archibald Wilson, was a wine merchant, and died 16 years ago. His mother, Janet Aitken, still lives to mourn and to remember him, and she will agree with us that it is sweeter to remember him than to have converse with the rest. Anyone who has had the privilege to know him, and to enjoy his bright and rich and beautiful mind, will not need to go far to learn where it was that her son George got all of that genius and worth and delightfulness which is transmissible. She verifies what is so often and so truly said of the mothers of remarkable men. She was his first and best alma mater and in many senses his last, for her influence over him continued through life. George had a twin brother, who died in early life, and we cannot help referring to his being one of twins, something of that wonderful power of attaching himself, and being personally loved, which was one of his strongest as it was one of his most winning powers. He was always fond of books, and of fun, the play of the mind. He left the high school at 15 and took to medicine, but he soon singled out chemistry, and, under the late Kenneth Kemp, and our own distinguished professor of materia medica, himself a first-class chemist, he acquired such knowledge as to become assistant in the laboratory of Dr. Thomas Graham, now Master of the Mint, and then Professor of Chemistry in University College. So he came out of a thorough and good school, and had the best of masters. He then took the degree of M.D., and became a lecturer in chemistry, in what is now called the Extra-Academical School of Medicine, but which in our day was satisfied with the title of private lecturers. He became at once a great favorite, and, had his health and strength enabled him, he would have been long a most successful and popular teacher, but general feeble health, and a disease in the ankle joint requiring partial amputation of the foot, and recurrent attacks of a serious kind in his lungs, made his life of public teaching one long and sad trial. How nobly, how sweetly, how cheerily he bore all these long baffling years, how his bright, active, ardent, unsparing soul lorded it over his frail but willing body, making it do more than seemed possible, and as it were by sheer force of will ordering it to live longer than was in it to do. Those who lived with him and witnessed this triumph of spirit over matter, will not soon forget. It was a lesson to every one of what true goodness of nature, elevated and cheered by the highest and happiest of all motives, can make a man endure, achieve, and enjoy. As is well known, Dr. Wilson was appointed in 1855 to the newly constituted Professorship of Technology, and to the curatorship of the Industrial Museum. The expenditure of thought, of ingenuity, of research, and management, the expenditure, in a word, of himself, involved in originating and giving form of purpose to a scheme so new and so undefined, and, in our view, so undefinable, must, we fear, have shortened his life, and withdrawn his precious and quite singular powers of illustrating and adorning, and, in the highest sense, sanctifying and blessing science, from this which seemed always to us his proper sphere. Indeed, the opinion of some